Alright, y'all, we're gonna get started in just a second. Sorry, y'all, we're gonna get started in just a second. I needed to start the live or I'm gonna come up with excuses as to why I'm not starting yet, because I'm stressed out about work. So alright, anyways, y'all, I am not about to get stressed out about work. Let me go to this is my place that makes me happy. Alright, so we are going to be recreating these ones right here. And that's what we're going to be doing. Okay, in this regard, me missing my nails. Yeah, I know. I need to do them. I haven't. I've been slacking on that, but I just want to become more consistent on here and in my socials. So, alright, so we're going to be doing the XXL long stilettos. Okay. And please disregard my little bad boys. They are Morkies. And they are constantly causing trouble wherever they go. So yeah, my internet was acting up, and I had to have somebody come out here, fix the internet. Then I had to go to the doctor. And now they're having all these changes at my job. And I'm not really happy with. I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second. Rambo! Wavy, come over here and be quiet. Rambo, get over here. So these soft gel tips I normally get from either Amazon or Shein, but you know, Shein takes a long time. So to be honest, I normally get them from Amazon. Be quiet or I'm gonna kick you out. I'm not playing with you, Rambo. These little dogs, they love to talk back too. Like, they want to get the last word. What? What you want? Want to say hi? Come over here. Let me see. Can you guys see Rambo? Say hi, Rambo. Oh, no! Look at what you did. Look what you did. Don't lick that. It's bad. Okay. Yeah, you're not gonna like the way that smells or tastes, so don't you lick that. So they are Morkies, and they really do believe that they are bigger than what they are. Yeah, I just made a mess over here. Hold up, y'all. why it happened while on live, because this would have just given me a reason to just sit in my irritation about work. Alright, so that was just alcohol, y'all. So let me get it back out. Let me fill that back up. So today we're going to be using Macart gel, because it was the Macart Poly Gel Cheeky. It was the closest pink that I had. The mochi gel that I used when I first created this, I'm out of. So yeah, we'll be using, that one's the closest one. So we're going to be using that Macart. The only thing that I don't really like about the Macart is that it's more, the consistency is really like thick and not like, it's hard, like it's more solid. So I'd rather use the I'd rather use the, what's it called? The Goy, the mochi gel. Hey, stop. Goy, stop. I'm gonna kick you out. I'm gonna stop talking back. Hey. You better get out. You wanna get out? You wanna get kicked out? Stop playing with me. So yeah, so what I did was, because we got the heaters on, we got like the because it's cold right now, I just put the I got the heater on, and then I put the Macart in front of it to make it nice and softer. It's kind of like it's sticky, and it's more like tougher to move around. I like a lot of Macart's products, but the Poly Gel, I just don't like how tough it is. But you can always, like I said, you can always mess around with it. There's different ways you can get it to be softer and get it softer. You can put it in hot water. I never tried that, because my luck, I would probably mess it up. So right now we're just putting on the tips. And because it's cold, like I said, especially with the Macart, it's going to be a lot stiffer That's the word I was looking for, cipher. But we will be using the mochi gel for the ring finger. I decided to use that for the ring finger. Well, I hope that y'all are having a good day and y'all are not stressed out. For me, this is like my Zen time. This is what I seriously want to be doing full time. And that's why I'm putting so much more time into it, because it's like every day at work, they just give me more and more reasons why I should just leave. But you got bills to pay. You can't just, when you got bills to pay, you can't just get up and leave like that. And I feel like a lot of these companies know that. And they take advantage of that. God, I hope so don't do what I just did, because that's what's gonna happen. Go ahead and make sure you take out the ones, you fit them out first and then put them to the side, because if not, then it's gonna keep on falling. And I flash cure these on, and then I do a full cure to make sure that they don't go anywhere. Bring that closer over here. But I will say this is just like pushing me harder to make sure I get to the store open and just go completely after my dreams and not look back. So it seems like every day they are changing something new, and you don't have any say so over it. You just gotta go along with whatever they say if you want to get your paycheck. And I get it, because you're not the boss, but It's not annoying. And they expect like for you to stop everything you're doing, everything you got going on. But the moment that they don't need you anymore, they just cut you loose like you never meant anything to them. And I live in Florida, so it's a right to work state, so they can let you go for no reason. So you literally just gotta count your blessings when you do got a job. Alright, so now we're going to do the base gel. Let me make sure if y'all can see good. Thank you for the likes. Hey sis, these are so pretty. Just because there are all 4 people, that means keep trying and never give up. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I really do. I needed to hear that. You know, people are like, just sometimes they're really meant, like, people don't understand I don't think some people understand the power of your words. Like, that is something like I really need to hear. So I really appreciate that. Honesty, crafting. I really do. But yeah, so now we're going to do the base coat on it so that we can start on the polygel. Yeah, you gotta fight for your dreams, you know? Nothing of substance was never made to be easy, so. But you know, my dream is to be on here full time, develop my community, and have my people that show up all the time, you know, and kiki and just be a space that can be your getaway, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna show y'all how easy these ones were to make. Like, it's not easy, beginner friendly. So what y'all been up to? How's your day going? Alright. So we're going to do, this one's like a really, it's different from the one that was actually used on here. But this one's like a really pretty rock candy, it's called. And it's like glittery. Wait till y'all see it. It's so pretty. So I'm gonna get the stiffer one out of the way because my card is cool and everything, but it really annoys me sometimes. But I'm hoping that I got it soft enough. And I do the one bead method. Let me know if I put my big head in the way, okay? Because I be doing that sometimes. And for me, I go ahead and do the pat and I drag. Pat it down. Now, I used to love doing the lazy girl method, but I had gotten tired of that and I really wanted to learn how to sculpt on the nails. And Femi Beauty was the one that like really made that pop. And I'm not too sure if she was the one that actually invented it. Because I'm pretty sure that there was like a smaller creator that actually did it first. But Femi Beauty was definitely the one that like um she made it poppin'. Like, yeah, she blew it up. And like the lazy girl method is when you take the poly gel and then you just put it underneath the tip, and then put it right on the pop it right on the nail itself. If y'all don't know who Femi Beauty is, she actually, if y'all are into the nail content, she hasn't posted in like a year, but y'all, she's on like a whole spiritual um journey. She like left her whole channel behind. I think she had like over 500,000 subscribers. She's like on a deep spiritual journey. I was being nosy because I wanted to know what happened to her because I had bought some of the things because she even did like some collabs with McCart. And she was the one that made, like, I don't know if y'all remember, but when Polygel first came out, McCart was like coming out with like the colors, um, like the green gift sets that like it came with like 5 different greens and then like a blue with hers. Hers was the collab that they did with her. It was like a rainbow one. And it was real cute because she was into like kawaii style nails. She was adorable. Like I really loved her personality. She was like really like happy go lucky. And if you know me, I'm not a happy go lucky person, but I try to stay as positive as I can possibly be. No, life be lifing. So you see, I feel like my dog has yo. I feel like my dog just be having like Tourette's. Like he just be random. Nothing's bothering him. He don't hear nothing outside, and he just randomly just barks. And this brush is bigger, and I actually have found it from Nails by Vic because the one that comes with the poly gels. I'm trying to find my old one, but I don't really use it. It's a lot smaller than this. But this one I have on my storefront. Um, so Nails by Vic had found this one, and I love it. But I messed it up a little bit because I had put it in acetone like a dummy. A lot of times, like the brushes, you shouldn't put in acetone because they'll mess it up. All right, so whenever you're doing the polygel, you definitely have to put it in one at a time. Um, they don't show that when they're doing the nails on like on the speeded ones, but they'll normally say it that you have to do on each one. So every time you do one nail, you want to put it in there because if not, you can run into like messing up your the whole apex, the shaping, all of that. So most of the time, I don't put it in for a full cure because I'm gonna put it in for like a full cure once I'm done. But I'll at least put it in there for like 30 seconds so that it doesn't mess up. So if you see, I'm like pushing this I don't know if y'all can tell. It's stiff. That's the only thing that I do not like about the Macart. Now, if you are a beginner, I would tell you um, to use Model 1s. It's stickier, but it's not as stiff. And it's easier to play with. Um, but if you like the stiffer ones, then you'll like Macart. It's just depending on what you like. What's your preference? So I did on this one, I did 2 beads because I made the first one was too skinny. So now I'm just going to pat it and slide, pat it and slide. What is wrong with you? Be quiet. He's so random. Do you hear that? He's so random. There's nothing that's making him bark. I have Rambo that is really rambunctious, and he is literally sitting on my chair behind me, and he's not barking at all. Then you see Wavy, he's just on the floor. He's just randomly. I think he be hearing things. No, he be in his own world. I've always said it that I feel like he thinks he's a cat. I feel like he was supposed to come in as a cat. He came in as a dog and was like, "What the hell? What the hell?" Rambo is definitely a dog though. Hmm. But Wavy, he don't really act like a dog like that. All right, so I like to look at the sides as well, and so I can see if the apex is good. Yeah, at my job, right? They have there's been so many people that have just left, and if they haven't left, people have been let go, and the reason that they were let go was like it didn't make no sense. But I'm at this stage in my life right now where like my kids have grown up and I'm finally being like able to do what I've wanted to do. And they're not fully grown. They're in their 20s, but and they still need for me all the time, but it's not like when they were younger, you know. But I felt like when they had turned 18, because I had them so young. Well, not so young, but I had my first child at 16 and he passed away, but then God blessed me with my son at 18. And then I had my daughter right after. Yeah, it was crazy. I had Irish twins. And I remember I was praying to God and I was like, please, God, if this is a girl, I promise you I won't have no more kids. Just give me a girl. Because I always wanted to have a girl. Um, After my boy. Like I always wanted my boy first and my girl after because I wanted my son to look after her. You know, in case anything happened in school, because I was raised by my brother, so I knew what it was like to have. Um, I had my older brothers, so yeah, I wanted to make sure. I was like, so then I was so happy. Like, now I ain't gonna lie, like I cried when I was pregnant with her because I was not expecting to have her so quickly after. When I had my daughter, my son wasn't even walking yet. So she was supposed to come in February the following year. So I had figured that my by the time I had my daughter, my son would be walking. All right, so I'm just double checking, making sure that it's good. Over here, cleaning up the sides. But yeah, he wasn't walking yet. But the whole time that I was planning, I was thinking, and I was like, okay, well, at least I'm gonna have him walking. You know, it's gonna be hard, but at least he'll be walking. Nah, she came the same year my son was born. So I had my son in March, in December. And my son was not even walking. Can you put it closer? Okay, yes, I can put the camera closer. Not bad, y'all. I didn't see that. But yeah, so then I had my Let me know if that's good, if you can see better now. Or if I need to put it at a different angle. No, that's not better. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Okay, tell me if y'all can see it better now. See how random he is? Alright, so I want to make sure y'all can see. Okay. Alright, so we're going to do the second bead for the pointer finger now. Okay, so like I said, Puerto Rican twins, exactly. Latin twins, girl. Woo! But they were, they had two different personalities, and it was dope. Alright, let me know if y'all need me to get a little bit closer. If y'all can see it better now. But we just gonna dab it and tap it and slide. So yeah, once guy had, went ahead and I found out I was having a girl, I was so happy, and I was like, no more kids for me. Then I gave birth to her in December, and it was crazy because my son was not walking at all. But she was only 3 pounds, 13 ounces, and they sent her home with me like that too. Because she was eating, but then after like 2 days, she stopped eating. And so I had to bring her to the hospital because I was scared. She wasn't eating as much. Like I could see she wasn't latching onto the bottle like she was. Like she was when she first was at the hospital, and when I first brought her home, so I had to bring her back to the hospital, and her first Christmas was in the NICU, which was sad. But if you see her now, she's so grown. You would never even believe she was a preemie. 21 years old, grown. She's so smart. But after they turned 18, I felt like I was in this place where I didn't know what to like really know what to do with myself, because I still felt like they needed from me, and I still needed to pay my bills, but I didn't feel like I could go after my dreams. And sometimes I really do feel like it was just my own fear. Um, and having to trust the process, because when you go after your dreams, what it never looks like the way that you think it's gonna look, or you pray that it's gonna look. You ask for it to be easier, but the truth of it is it's never like that. You going after your dreams is it's hard. But I'd rather go after my dreams and know that it's hard than be miserable in something that I don't even want to do and still be struggling and suffering, you know? So that's my TED Talk. Alright, so I'm just checking both of the sides. So you see how, I hope y'all can see that. And now I'm just doing it on this side, making sure that it's even. And yeah, I'm saving up my money to get like a digicam, because I know that digicam will be like a lot, it's gonna be a lot easier for when I go on live. I'll be able to like have it right above my head, and I can get closer to it. Alright, I'm gonna kick you out. I'm not playing with you. Come on, stop. Your daddy ain't even here. Oh, actually, he is. My bad. Okay, and that little piece that I had at the bottom that was coming off, I had like a little bit right here that was like kind of it it needed a little bit more, so I just, instead of dropping that piece off, I'm just tapping that in. So I'm smoothing it out. Smoothing it out and tapping it in. Yeah, so then, yeah, girl was crazy. So then after after Christmas, it was like right after New Year's, they she had to do like, she stayed in the hospital for like 3 weeks. They had to do like some type of reflex, like to get her sucking reflex. They were teaching her how to latch on. Um, her sucking reflex wasn't like fully developed, so she stayed in the hospital. So she stayed in the hospital for like another 3 weeks, and then New Year's. After New Year's, we were able to take her home. So that was really dope. I was really happy about that. But it was a scary process, because um, I was one of the things that I feared so much, and I always talk about this, but like I was really scared that what if I don't have enough love for another child, because I love my son so much, and I didn't know it was actually capable, like I'd be capable to like love another person as much as I love my of like the same way that I love my other child. Like I didn't know if that was possible, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, but I hope it does. And I was scared about that because I've seen parents give preference to other children, and I didn't want to be one of those parents. And I came from, there was 6 of us. So I was like real terrified of like, what if I was one of those parents that had a preference, you know? And I was still so young, but I didn't. So we're gonna take up this now that we've checked both sides. Both sides look good. I always check the apex just to, let me see, make sure y'all can see it. Make sure y'all can see it. Put it out a little bit. Okay. Yeah. So I always check like both sides. at least 30 seconds so that we can move on to the thumb and start filing, and then we'll do the designing, because of course that's my favorite part. I mean, I love all parts of doing the nails, but I always feel like I need to be in a rush when I'm doing it on live. I don't know why. I guess because I'm so used to seeing other content creators that do it faster, but their videos are also cut as well. So, but yeah, so I found myself after the kids were grown, like wanting to figure out what I wanted to do with myself. Like I wanted to, I realized I didn't have um like hobbies. I only had escapes. Like I had to do the things that I had to do for my kids. I worked, um, and then I would go out with my friends when I could, and that was it. So I ended up starting to do different things. I've always been like a very artistic person where I could lose myself in doing like arts and crafts. But the first thing that I started doing was like I started cooking all the time, and then I would go on Pinterest, and then I started doing like the recipes all the time, and then from there, then I started doing painting. But y'all, I didn't know that I could even draw. So let me tell you about that. And I think I've told this story before, but so I was watching the Gaia Network. I'm doing the 1B method. Let me make sure I don't have my hand in the way. My bad. Um, this one I made a little bit thicker because this is the thumb, so it's gonna always be thicker. And let me get these out of the way so that y'all can see it. And then I'll put it back up so y'all can see what we're recreating. But I want to make sure that y'all can actually see me doing the thumb. So yeah, so I was watching the Gaia Network, right? And I was going through like some weird stuff spiritually. I didn't know what was happening to me. It was crazy. And so um I had just came across what was called the Gaia Network. And so I started like going into that channel, and I was like learning about like spiritual truths and stuff like that. And I was trying to understand what was happening to me. And I had always been spiritual. I had tried to find my like home. Even like before that, I had tried to go into like a Christian church, and but when I would ask questions about like Christianity, they would like I would ask like certain things I didn't understand about the Bible, and it's Bible study I'm going to, y'all. So I'm asking questions because I don't understand, and they would tell me like I shouldn't ask questions and question God. And I was like, but this is Bible study. I thought that was the whole point about going to Bible study. But I just felt like they just couldn't answer my questions. And I knew one of the ladies I was irritating because I just wanted to like know more about what I was learning about. So I couldn't find like my way in Christianity. Just because I just felt like people weren't wanting to answer my questions, or like you don't have to answer my questions. You could just tell me like you don't know. But I just didn't like that they were just telling me to like not ask questions like anything. It didn't make no sense to me that I'm in Bible study and I'm not supposed to ask questions. That didn't make no sense to me. So, anyways, so I'm going through all this stuff spiritually, and I'm watching this guy a network show, and there was this woman that went on there. Mind you, I'm still like real practical at the time, and I'm still trying to understand what's happening to me. Yeah, I'm patting and dragging at the same time. Some people just pat it down, but I pat and drag. You got to figure out what works for you. So, anyways, I ended up telling. So I ended up watching this show, and there's this metaphysical um, scientist that goes on there. And so she says, like, a lot, like, she has been a very practical person. She has studied energy all her life. Um, and to me, like, it resonated with me because I didn't understand spirituality. So I was like, okay, so she's practical. Like, she's coming from, like, a scientific part. And so when she went on, she has said that we had spirit guides that teach us while we go to sleep. And they'll teach us anything we want to know. And she was giving some examples of the things that she had learned. And so she gave an example of like the Matrix. And if y'all have seen the Matrix, how in the Matrix, like if y'all ever seen it, when um Neo had said learn kung fu, and they put it in the programming, right? And then the next moment Neo knew kung fu. So she had said, hey, if you guys don't believe me, go tonight and ask your spirit guides to teach you something that you know that you don't know how to do. And so I was like, okay. So I knew that I couldn't draw for nothing. Like I had always been artistic. I would always do my makeup. I had always did my hair. I would do like my self expression was through my hair, my nails, my makeup, my outfits. But I knew that I didn't know how to draw. I couldn't even draw a stick figure. So, like, I could barely draw it. So I asked that night. So I bought matter of fact, that night I went to Five and Below. Well, that day I went to Five and Below. Um, and they had like the sketch pads there with like the whole sketch thing. And I bought a sketching pad, but I didn't use the sketching pad, right? Because I was too scared. So I went to sleep and I asked my spirit guides because I was scared I was gonna be disappointed. And um, so when I asked my spirit guides the next day, I look over and I see my notebook and it's just staring at me. And so I look at the notebook and I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna do it because I wasn't ready to be disappointed. Because I just felt like so hopeful after seeing that um after seeing that scientist. And so when I saw the scientist, like, say that she had did so many things and learning from her spirit guides, I just wanted to keep that faith. Okay, so hold on now. Just gonna make sure that the sides are even. So yeah, so I was staring at the notebook, right? And so the next day comes, that night comes, and I ask my spirit guides again. I say, please teach me how to draw while I sleep. So I go ahead, I go to sleep. And I want y'all to try this because this actually, my sis did this and she could not believe it because she could not draw either. And she did it and she can actually draw. It was the craziest thing. So anyway, so then the next day I look at the book, right? This is the second day now. I wake up and I look at the notebook and it's staring at me. I got my pencil and a pen. No, I had a pen there. And so I'm looking at it, I'm like, nah. Go. Go. Go over there. I told y'all to stop playing with me. Go over there. Go with your daddy. Either you gonna come up here and be quiet or you gonna go with your daddy. What you doing? You coming up here? What you doing? Come on. There's just people walking. That's all they are. They're just people walking. So anyway, so then I still wasn't ready to be disappointed, y'all. So I was like, you know what? All right. So then the third day came. And I was like, screw it. So the third night comes. I ask again. Okay, so we're gonna do the ring finger with the mochi gel rock candy. And I want y'all to see how pretty this is. And you can see the difference in the consistency. Push as hard. You see how smooth that was compared to the McCart? I was struggling. I was like, ee. So yeah, so anyways, and then I had asked Spirit what I woke up that morning and I was like, all right, you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and um start drawing. And I did like a meditation before I started drawing, just so I could like calm my nerves down because I felt so scared that I was just gonna be so disappointed. All right. And can y'all see the difference? This is what I mean. Like, even with when you're doing this, when you're doing the pattern and drawing, or the dragon on the the mochi gel or the goy, it doesn't take as much strength as the other one, as the McCart. So anyways, yeah, so then I go ahead and I grab the um the notebook, and then I just start drawing, and I don't know how to draw. I don't know how to draw at all. And I drew like the cutest like cartoon little girl. And after that, I just started drawing all the time. Like, I was able to draw Looney Tune. One of the favorite things I love to draw is like the baby Looney Tunes, and Baby Taz is one of my favorites. So I started drawing him on a regular basis, and then every my whole family was like tripping out because they were like, "When did you learn how to draw?" And I was like, "Listen, I don't know," and I didn't want to tell them like how I actually. I really didn't. I didn't want to tell them like how I learned because I knew that they were just gonna think I was crazy. And that's something that I've struggled with, um, like feeling crazy because I've had gifts all my life, but I didn't know what it was. And then as I got older, oh, can you saw some of your artwork you drew? I don't have my. But I'll show you the baby Looney Tunes that I have over here. So y'all can see. Let me see if y'all can see that. Let me push it more back so y'all can see all of them. So that's my favorite is the baby Taz. And then I have the Bugs Bunny. Let me see if I can get out. Let me come out of it a little bit. So y'all can see it. And this was from like not knowing how to draw anything, y'all. But I do have like a book that has all my sketches. And then from there, yeah, I just kept on going from there. And I got so wrapped up into art, but it was like finally something that I had for myself. That I hadn't had before, you know. All right, so now once you get your application down, um, you won't need to file as much. And you'll see that like once you're the best thing that you can do is practice. Before I actually started doing the nails on live, I was practicing all the time. And it was actually my sis Rashida that got me back into it because I was going into my episodes. I have BPD, and if you watch my vlogs, then you know that. But if you're just coming across me right now, then I have borderline personality disorder. So a borderline personality disorder is not the same as multiple personality disorder. Although I have multiple personalities, I don't have uh, I, I don't have multiple personality disorder. I have borderline personality disorder. So it's a lot of mood swings that go up and down. It's a mood disorder and a personality disorder. So, but Yeah, so after that, thank you. I can definitely vouch that it works to ask you guys before bed to help you learn how to do something deeply. Knowing it works is key. Yes. Yeah. It really is the key to it. Like, if as long as you believe like it's gonna happen, and I think that was like the thing too. I wasn't ready to be this like because I had faith in it already, so I wasn't ready to be disappointed. I was so scared that I was gonna be disappointed, and that's why I waited the 3 days. All right, so what you see me now doing is that I'm taking off the tacky layer because I want to make sure when I do the drilling and the filing, there's no tacky or it doesn't get like stuck on the drill, because if you don't take off that tacky layer, you're gonna go through your nail, your sanding bits. You're going to go through them like crazy. So now this is when I normally, you should always wear gloves, and I say this all the time, and you don't see me put on the gloves until after. But I wear the gloves during this part because I hate having to clean off my nails. And then I get all the, and polygel, that's the thing. Polygel will make so much dust. Now, when you're doing clients, I would definitely suggest that when you get to the part of drilling, you put the mask on so you don't have any of the particles going up your nose or inhaling any of it. Okay, so we're gonna put this away. Alright, and then these ones, we're gonna put these ones back up here because these are the ones that we are making. Stop it! I'm not playing with y'all. I'm gonna kick y'all out. Now, if y'all see these ones are really thick. I like to make mine really thick. I'm like thicker girl, but I noticed that a lot of people do not like their nails really thick. But when I'm doing my nails, I like mine real thick. And if you don't know who Thicker Girl is, look her up on TikTok. Her name is Thicker Girl, and they call her Thicker Girl because of her nails. She gets like 4 layers of thick acrylic on her nails. And her nail tech charges her, I believe, $800 a month because she literally takes up her whole day. Sorry, I need some water. Water is life. Water is key. Okay, so I'm gonna use my Melody Susie air dust collector. It's not called air. It's called dust collector. And it's got 3 different settings on it. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. So this one is like low. This one's medium. And that one's high. So you're on the high one. And like I said, once you get the application down, you won't need to file as much. And we're just snatching it up. And I always suggest for you to figure out your way that's going to work for you. You can watch a bunch of different nail tech do it different ways, but figure out what works for you. Because what works for you may not work for somebody else, or what works for them may not work for you. But that doesn't mean that you can't do it, you know? So just practice makes perfect. That's one thing that I do like about the silicone hand is that you don't have to worry about it popping off, because the pop off, you slide it right back in. And I love doing my own nails, but the way that I do them is like this. I make them as press-ons, and then once I've used them for 6 weeks. Then I take them off. Then I move on to the next one. And I put on a new set of press-ons. I just found it so much easier for me to do it that way instead of me trying to learn how to do my non-dominant hand. I don't know. It would irritate me so bad. I give props to the nail techs that know how to do both hands. But I ain't one of them. And it's just better. It's just easier for me to do as press-ons. And then they both come out the same. But I don't normally wear the same set on both hands anyway, so. After I started wearing short hands on my dominant hand, and then my non-dominant hand, the long nails, I have not gone back. So now we're going to take out the drill. This is my drill that I use. Is the Melody Susie. And on the back is the reverse and the forward. And it has the plug-in for you to use the foot pedal. I don't use the foot pedal, but I just like that it comes with it. And it's all on our Amazon storefront, and the link is in the description. And damn it, I forgot to put it in there again. But after the live, I'll go ahead and make sure that I have the Amazon storefront in there. Alright, so I'm going to take this off because now I like to shape them up with this sand, this flat one. Let me see if y'all can see it. This one will get your sides, on point. Is my I put all my tools over here so I could find them. Y'all ever do that where y'all make sure that you put things somewhere so that you don't lose it, and then you forget where you put it anyways? Defeated the whole purpose. Okay, so this one's already used, so we're gonna get rid of that. And like I said, this came. This is on the Amazon storefront, and it came with all of these for $7.99. And then I bought another one just in case I lost the other one, and it came with another one. So I really like the 120. Someone said it's the sand. It's the sand something, but it's the 25 mm drill bit. Sand disc. That's what it's called. Sand disc drill bit. But if you go into our Amazon storefront, Astrofluent Culture, you'll see that the drill bit is there. And it comes with, I think it's like 100 mixed drill bits. So the first one came with 80, 150, and 240. And then the second one came with 80, 120, and 180 for the for those drills. Or for the sanding bits. This will always get your nails snatched. If you have any bumps that are bothering you when you do the acrylic or polygel, it's going to take them out. I'm just going to do that to each one. Oops. Make sure that you put your dust collector on. But yeah, so like I was saying, after I found myself in like that weird phase, then I started really like trying to figure out like how to heal my inner child. And just like learn about myself and what I actually like. And not what I felt like I was supposed to be like as a parent, and I'm supposed to like, I didn't really have a childhood, so the only time I got to like really be a child was when I got to play with my kids like that. you know. But then when they got older and I had that time for myself, then it was like I was rediscovering myself. And at the same time, I had, discovered that I was a medium and a reader. So people demonize that so much, and it's so crazy to me that how you can demonize somebody's gifts. It's not, like, for people that are literally waking up to their gifts, it's not, for me, it wasn't something I asked for. And I'm being told that I'm a demon and all this horrible stuff, and I'm like, I didn't ask for these gifts. I didn't. But you just have to learn to love yourself so that no one can ever make you feel bad about who you are. And what you can't control. Alright, so now that we're done with this bit, we can go ahead and take this one out. And we're going to go ahead and use a 120 sanding drill bit just to clean up. That is a little too fast. Put it a little bit slower. I'm going to put it at 15,000. RPM. Just because I don't want it. I just really just want to buff it out just a little bit. And clean it up. But yeah, y'all, I don't know how long I'm going to be staying at this job because I'm so over it. I'm just so ready to do content creation like all the time. This is like what actually like fulfills my soul. And then every day at work, it seems like there's something, some new BS that's happening. There's a new change, and I don't know, it's just so frustrating. I really feel like just going back into customer service so I can just clock in and clock out and that's it. I love helping people, but I'm really working to pay my bills and just to get our business off the ground. Like, that's it. And of course for my kids, but my kids are, they're grown. Like, but I always have to make sure that they're good, you know? And I see so many people that, like, they took their leap of faith and they went through it. It wasn't easy. Like, even during their leap of faith, like, they got evicted, they were sleeping in the car, they were sleeping in a tent, and it's like, damn, I don't know if I want to go through all that. But then I think about what I want in life, and it's like, oh, I don't know if I want to, do I want to stay miserable? Because I'm only happy when I'm off of work and doing this. Yeah, when I get off of this live, like, I don't just stop. I start doing another set. Because I could do this for hours. And it would not bother me one bit. Alright, so now we're just going to clean this off. Yeah, I was so lucky. So I was waiting to try and get this at from Shein, and I was at Dollar Tree, and it was at the bottom of the nail rack, and I was like, what? There was only one, and I grabbed it. I was like, what? It's only $1.25. And it's $1.50 at but the $1.50 one, I ain't gonna lie, it was prettier on Shein because it had the rhinestones like this. It has the rhinestones like this on it. Okay, so now we can start getting into the designing. Okay, so I like to grab all the stuff that I want to grab for the designing, but after I do the first base coat. First, we're going to do a base coat, and then we're going to do a matte coat. And depending on how early we finish, I might just go back on live and do some reactions. Because I like to be keeping up with my little gossip too. Yeah, I was watching some craziness. Carlos King. It was about this um this father was like going nuts with his children's mother because his house was a mess, and I guess they were saying that it was postpartum, but he just couldn't understand, like, if it was postpartum, why was she like laughing and kikiing on the phone? He was crashing out like real bad because he had said that his daughter uh had the same shirt on for 5 days. The house was dirty, and I guess he was the one that pays the bills in the house, so she's supposed to be at home taking care of the kids, and pays, like, he works like 12-hour shifts, so I think they had 2 or 3 kids together. I think 2, but there was the baby and there was a son, but it was going viral. And he was like, every time they brought up postpartum, he was going crazy on them. He was like, stop saying that it's postpartum. He was really like crashing out. Y'all gotta watch it. It's on Carlos King. And yeah, my show just started too. The season finale of Fallout is today. So when I'm done with that, when I'm done with this design, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I was gonna do reaction, but I ain't gonna even lie. Let me stop lying to myself. The first thing I'm gonna do is jump on Prime and watch that. Cause if y'all know, I did a whole deep dive on Fallout. If y'all interested in watching it, it's on the it's on the channel. It's one of the latest videos. But I did the deep dive on uh, um, the comparison of basically like how Fallout it predicted what we're in right now, season 1. So I'm probably gonna do season 2 after this. Alright, so we're going to do the base coat. After we're done with the base coat, we're going to do uh, the matte coat, because the matte coat makes it so much easier to put the Frenchies on. Yeah. Lord. I'm just making sure that I'm getting all the sides in. I'm making sure that I'm not losing the shape, because when you add the that's one of the things you want to watch out for when you're putting on the base coat and you're doing the designs. A lot of times you lose the shape during this part. You will make it so crisp and dope, and then you lose the shape when you're adding the gel on there. Wavy, why are you so random? Okay. better. So these are the nails that we are recreating. Excuse my dogs. They don't know how to act. Yeah, I'm just struggling with like work, like, oh, I don't know. I'm not a lazy person. Like, I like to make money, I like to work, but I just want to be doing something that I want to do, you know? Okay, I'm gonna put these ones down here. What we're recreating. So I have to look at. And then we're going to be using Johnson, and this is on the Amazon storefront. This is such a good value, y'all. It's 6.5 mLs. You get 30 of the colors, and it's either 34 or $37. This right here I got from Dollar Tree. You can get 6 of these for $1.25. So we're going to put the color in here. Okay, now we're going to add the matte top coat on top. Where is my matte? to Daddy. So, yeah. Daddy's home. I'm not going to put matte top coat on the ring finger because we are going to use um, some uh, blooming gel on that one. But you want to do the same thing. You want to check the sides. Make sure you're not losing your shape when you're putting on the matte top coat. But yeah, y'all. Let me tell y'all what happened to me when I was growing up with my brothers. So, give you some story time. So my brother was one of my older brothers was so mean. And I feel like he was so mean because he just felt like he didn't want to have to like babysit all of us. And I understand it. Like he was like 16 at the time. And he would we would have to walk home from school, and he would have to get off of school and pick us up from school. Mind you, the school was probably about 4 miles away walking, and from his school home, his school was about 3 miles away as well, and he didn't have a bus for some reason. I don't remember why he didn't have a bus. So by the time he got home, he was already tired. And so when he would come home, when he would come pick us up from school, we would have to walk home. And we were hungry. You know, we got off of school. Half the time, if y'all remember, school lunch was horrible in elementary school. I don't know if y'all remember elementary school, but elementary school was nasty. Hey, Pasley Nails. But yeah, and he was like irritated at the fact that, you know, that he would have to take care of us. So a lot of times he would literally sit there and make us starve. Like he would not let us make anything to eat. We would just have to sit there and starve and wait until we got home. And then I wasn't allowed to tell my mom anything because if I told her anything, I knew I was going to have to be stuck with him, and he was going to beat my ass because he would literally, like, he taught me how to fight and everything. But he would always like threaten me and tell me like, yo, if you tell mom anything, then he was gonna beat my ass. So when she would be like, oh, you gotta stay at home with your brother, I would start crying when she would go to church, because she was one of the people that would go to church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and she worked all the time. And sometimes she just didn't want to bring us with her. So I'm grabbing the charms right now, guys. So these were the charms that I used for these. These ones I got from Shein. And then these ones I got 50 for $5 on Amazon. And it's on the Amazon storefront. And then let's get our LV. Okay, and then we just need our cute little hearts. Okay, we're almost done. Let's see. I'm telling you, I'm not like really into Valentine's Day, but I am. The more that I have healed my inner child, the more of a girly girl and hearts and rainbows and like the girly stuff I love. So this is like, it comes with a whole bunch of different hearts, and I got this one from, it's either from Shein or from Amazon. I'm pretty sure I got it from Amazon, but I gotta double check, because it could have come either from Shein or from AliExpress. But they are so cute. They come in so many different colors of the little hearts. And then these ones I got the big jumbo hearts I got from Shein. So I'm going to go ahead and move her back. And I called her Felicia before, but I think her name is Natalia. So this is Natalia. Let me just add a little bit more of the gel polish. Y'all, this gel polish is like amazing. How much you get for the price. Okay, so this is when I'm going to shut up. Hey, baby. How was your day?
Long, but it's work. Oh, how's yours?
It was good.
Man, you gotta open up some windows in there, man. You can't breathe that shit in all day.
Oh, Lord.
You're gonna get fucking sick.
Yeah, I can hear it. That's my honey. He's always worried about me. I'm doing nails. He's cute though. Alright, I'll take this. Should we get... I see a lot of different like nail techs. Um they use their nail art brush for the sides. Um but I don't try to use it unless I have to. on the sides just because sometimes it can make it. Um, a little bit thicker, depending on how much gel you put on the nail art brush. But it's good to use it when you're doing it on a client so that you don't get it on the sides of their cuticles. When you're doing the deep French. But yeah, so I was saying to y'all, so my brother used to like have us starving, and then like one day I was like crying because I knew my mom was gonna leave me with my brother again. I knew he was gonna be mean, lock me up in my room. And what's so crazy is that like we're like super close like now, but when we were younger, I hated his ass, boy. I hated his ass. He was just so mean. But it like that, it was so funny because he got his ass whooped one time because um he went to go see his girlfriend, and he he left us hungry like he would always do. This was a normal thing, but um since he wasn't home, he wasn't there to watch us like not be in the kitchen. So I wanted some French fries, and I was like 11 years old because we weren't allowed to touch the stove. And that was like one of the big rules, like big rules or whatever. And so I had told my brother, my other brother, he's only a year older than me, and he was like, "You know how to make French fries, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." So he was like, "Make us some French fries." So I was like, "Okay." Well, I didn't know that you're not supposed to, because I had made French fries before and cleaned it up before my brother got home the last time he went to go see his girlfriend. And so he didn't know nothing about it the last time. So I didn't know you weren't ever supposed to put cold water on hot oil. So so I make the fries, and my brother, I saw what time it was and I saw how close it was for him to get home. So I start freaking out, and I'm like, "Oh my God, like we gotta hurry up and clean up before my brother gets home." Like I told my other brother, and I made some fries for my sister. It was me, my brother, and my little brother. I mean my youngest older brother, and my little sister. And I'm like, and so I made my food. I made it for them, and then I saw what time it was, and I knew like, okay, mom's gonna be home. It was like getting close to like 6 o'clock, so I knew that my parents were gonna be home from church soon. Or it was like 7 o'clock. It was probably like 7 o'clock. So my brother would be home. He always would get home like 15 minutes before my mom would get home, so that it looked like he was at home and watching us that whole time. Little did she know he was not home. Because sometimes my dad would be with her, but if he had to work like a double shift, he would be, he would stay at work. So, anyways, so we're putting that, and you want to, when you are doing, let me get back to the nails. When y'all doing each nail design, whoo, y'all are playing Russian roulette if you do not at least, when you're doing the design on each nail, you want to at least, what's it called? Put it in the LED on each nail, because if not, you're gonna probably bump into it. I'll try to do all 5 nails real quick, and it's always been an epic fail for me, so I've learned my lesson. And I have a thick head, I'm very hard head. Okay, so anyway, so I'm getting ready, right? And I'm cleaning up everything, and I see the time, and I'm like, oh my God, he's gonna be home soon. So I'm making sure that I gotta clean up all the evidence. I gotta make sure the house don't smell like food. I gotta make sure that, there's no pans. I gotta make sure it doesn't look like anything was cooked or anything like that. So I start cleaning, right? And then as I'm looking at the clock, I'm starting to freak out, because my brother would literally drag me. Whenever I got in trouble for stuff, he would literally drag me by my hair whenever I was in trouble, and whoop my ass. Like, he would beat the living shit out of me. So I knew I was gonna get my ass whooped if he found out that I was cooking, because that's like a big, big rule, not to touch the stove when, if he wasn't home, if none of the parents were home, like, not touch the stove or whatever. So I'm trying to hurry up and clean up everything. And I think I even made like some scrambled eggs as well. And the first thing that I think about is like, I gotta get rid of this oil. So it's so stupid, because all the other times, like, I would always like dump out the oil in the back, in the grass or something, or I would just dump it down the sink. I don't know, but this time I guess I was just panicking, because I'm pretty sure he whooped my ass already that week, and I just didn't want to get my ass whooped that week again. Yeah, so I was just like, I just did not want to go through that again. So I just started panicking, and so I was trying to hurry up and get everything put away, and I wasn't thinking. And then like the next thing I know is I grabbed the pen, and instead of going outside with it, I think because I was thinking like it would be my luck, like if I went outside, he would catch me with the pan. And so like my fear of being caught with the pan, like just like made me like I would get in trouble. And so I ended up putting the pan in the sink and not dumping out the hot water. And I was like, okay, so I'm just gonna just turn on the cold water real quick. And oh my god, next thing I know, I turn on the cold water and whoosh, everything goes up in flames. It was so crazy. And so my youngest older brother, Jose, runs into the kitchen, and so does my sister, and I'm telling them back up. And so like I did not know what to do because we didn't have a fire extinguisher either. So I'm like freaking the fuck out, and I'm like trying to tell them to like go. And it was the craziest shit because my mom, my dad, and my brother, they all ended up coming home at the same time. So my dad just grabs me because I'm still standing in front. I'm mesmerized by the fire like a dummy. I'm just still just standing there, just like, oh shit. Because like I just couldn't believe like everything was up in flames. And hold on. So my dad grabs me because he just saw me like standing there. Hold up, y'all. Gotta make this one more in a U. Y'all see how that one is more in a U shape? I don't know why my nose gets runny. That's what my honey be telling me. Hey, you can watch out with the chemicals. Every time I be doing nails, my nose gets runny. And I don't even be using um So. I still feel like it needs a little bit more. Brief intermission from the story. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can zoom out. There we go. I'm sorry, That's one thing that irritates me is that, like, I try to get it so that y'all can see everything. Okay. Is it good for y'all to see? So I was trying to get it like a little bit. Okay, cool. Alright, so alright, so back to the story, right? So I'm like mesmerized by the fire. And I'm not even thinking about my brother at this time. I'm just like, oh shit. Like, I just burnt down the house. That's all I could think. But I had told my brother and my sister. I'm just thinking about my youngest older brother and my little sister. Like run, go outside, run. So I told him to like run outside, and and I remember my sister. She was so cute. She was like, "What about you?" And I was like, "I'm coming. I promise. I'm coming. I'm coming." All right, we're gonna put that in the dryer. So I tell her, I'm like, "Yeah, I promise. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you." And so, she's crying. She's like, "Please, please come." And I'm like, "I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you." And she's like freaking out. And she's like crying and stuff. But I'm still like mesmerized by the fire because I'm thinking to myself like, oh shit, I'm in so much trouble. And then I'm like, I just burnt down the house. That's the whole thing that I'm thinking. It's not funny, but I was just so young. Like, I can't believe that. Like, so, the next thing I know is like, my dad comes inside the house. Let me move this out of the way. Hold on. So that's not blocking y'all view. All right, so my dad grabs me. He just picks me up and he brings me outside, and then I'm just standing there like, oh shit. And I'm just still standing there because all the flames is just like, you can see the smoke is coming out. And the only thing I could think about was like, I burnt down the house. Like, I can't believe I just burnt down my house. And my dad grabs, because we didn't have a fire extinguisher, so he grabs the lawn, the hose from outside, and he brings it inside, and he starts he grabs the lawn hose and he brings it inside, and he just starts, taking down the the water, the fire. And then I guess like one of the neighbors called the fire rescue at the same time. So then the fire truck comes, and the fire didn't spread, thank God. It was only in the kitchen. And oh my God. So then my dad took out the fire. He took out the fire with just the hose. And they didn't have to like come in. They came inside the house just to make sure everything, like the fire had stopped and everything. And so like, I'm literally just shitting on myself because I'm like, oh my God, now either which way I'm gonna get my ass whooped, because they're gonna ask what happened. Cause I already knew like either which way I was gonna get my ass whooped. Cause if I tell my dad that, why I decided to make some fries, well, where was your brother? My brother is gonna get his ass whooped for not being home. And then I may not get my ass whooped by my parents, but when my parents are not around, I'm gonna get my ass whooped with my brother for telling on him. So either which way, I'm gonna get my ass whooped. So my dad just came and he grabbed me, and he just hugged me, and he was like, are you okay? And he was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. And Can y'all hear me? Oh, you can hear me now? Okay, perfect. Yeah, y'all. So that's what happened there. That shit was wild as hell. I didn't get my ass whooped for that. I was very happy about that. And I'll tell you what, I was seriously waiting for that too. I think I was like a whole week waiting on my brother to come in and just like randomly just beat my behind for that. Like, I was literally just scared for my life for that whole week. I remember I couldn't even take a shower because, back in those days too, they would wait for you to go inside the shower and beat your behind. Every time I took a shower, I was scared for my life. Oh my God. I felt like they were going to come in. Oh yeah, the sound was going in and out just now. Mm. Can you hear me now? This always happens. Okay, cause it acts so stupid sometimes. I swear, like if it don't start skipping, I always gotta do two separate lives. I don't understand why it be doing that. It acts so stupid. It be acting so stupid. I don't know why it does that. All right, so we're gonna put this in there. Whew, I'm so happy to be done with the Frenches. Oh boy. Okay, for another 60 seconds. Yeah. Oh my God. I really cannot. Yeah, I was scared for my life though. That whole week. I was literally like, he's gonna get me. He's gonna get me like I think the sound went out because I had because it's hooked up. I had the call coming in and I have it on my iPad. And I should have put my iPad on Do Not Disturb, but it was acting stupid. But yeah, y'all. That was crazy. I was scared for my life that whole week. Alright. So now we're going to add the blooming gel to this one because we're going to do this one right here. Put it up here. Yeah, I was scarred for my life. But he left me alone. I think that if my if it wasn't for my brother like stepping in and saying something, um I probably would have told on myself, and then he would have got an ass whooping, and then I would have definitely got, yeah, my butt whooped from him. He would have caught me later on. Alright, so now let's see with this one. I didn't even need to do the 3 Frenches. It's alright. Put one more. Yeah, I don't do it like this. Just put one dot and just let it spread. And then I'm gonna do this one a little bit different because I believe I had put on that one like a cute little pink. So we're just going to add a little bit of blooming gel on this one too. I think we did a 2 in the middle, right? That's the good thing about recreating though. It don't have to be the exact same thing. I just like to have something to have inspo on. Do the I'm debating on whether I should Which one should I put this on? Should I do it on the pointer? No, I think I'm gonna do it on the middle finger. Because the pointer's too skinny. I think it would be too skinny for it. Okay. Right. I'm gonna put the blooming gel on this one. And we're gonna use this pink with this blue. I be impatient, y'all. I have the airbrush and I could just pop out the airbrush, but then I also got the blooming gel, so I'm like, just be patient, girl. Just be patient. Alright. Well, those two are blooming, we're going to add the cute little rings right here, and we can flash here that. Thank you for the likes. Don't forget to like, subscribe. I'm trying to be on here and as as much as possible, as consistent as possible. Hey, hot mama. Pink today? Yes, girl. We doing Barbie pink today. How you doing, sis? Oh, and you know what I wanted to add, because to me this reminds me a lot of like Barbie. So I wanted to add um these two little Barbie charms to it. we're gonna add those ones to it as well. Just to add a little razzle dazzle. And that's the dope thing about blooming gel. So if y'all can see, like, if you watching the, let me move this out the way before this actually gets, if you watching the blooming, it's still blooming. Like if you don't put it in the flash cure, it's still going to continue to bloom. Alright, so I think that's enough blooming on both sides. So we're going to go ahead and pop these in here. I'm going to just do a quick 30 seconds on there. Girl, there was drama at my job today and I wasn't even there. My goodness. Yeah, girl. Oh, Lord, my is exactly right. I'm like, yeah, it's about time for me to go. I already felt it. All right, so. Let me grab my other wax pen. Okay, so we're gonna add the big jumbo heart. Yeah, they doing this thing where they're like basically like transitioning us without telling us into a different department. But I already knew it was coming. Because they had already made my department smaller. So and I know they're not gonna let me just go like they just see me as a moneymaker, so they're gonna put me back on the floor. just don't like when they do stuff and they don't like really tell you, you know, they just feel like they don't have to tell you anything. Like, well, you just lucky you got a job. Sneaky. Girl, you know how it is? You know how these jobs be? You've been in the industry for how long? Alright, we're gonna add the LV on here. I always start with the middle because when you start in the middle, then you know how to line up the rest. Yeah, but how sneaky can you be? Yeah, two damn long. Yeah, how sneaky can you be with a psychic and a reader? Like, come on now. And then just know you don't even have to be a reader. You just be in the industry for so long. You already know, like, you know how it be. So we just flash Karen the LV. As long as they ain't sneaky with my paycheck, that's the only thing I care about, girl. They sneaky about everything else. I don't even care. Like, it's like whenever you work, it don't matter where you work at. Like, whenever you work for a call center, that's how it is. It don't matter, like, even when you're a lead, even when you're a trainer, even when you have a high position, the one thing that you have to get used to is change. There is always change. All right, so I'll flash clear that one as well. And I want to add the little Barbie charms to the pointer and the pinky. But after we add these two, so like I said, these charms I got 50 of them for, it was like $5.99. It was either $5.99 or $9.99 on Amazon, and it's on our Amazon storefront. It's in the description. If you don't see it in the description right now, you can look at the live, uh, the most recent live from this one, and you'll see our storefront on it. Go back, you bastard. That's the only thing that I don't like about the LED uh, rhinestone glue is that you have to like flash cure it exactly where you want it. Because if not, it's going to be slipping and sliding everywhere. So go ahead and get her turned on. Right. Don't mess with my money. Got me singing that. Got me singing that Rihanna song. Bitch better have my money. That's right. That's why whenever I be seeing like brown nosers, I just be cracking up. Like, y'all don't even understand. Like, y'all here today, gone tomorrow. While you over there trying to brown nose, that ain't gonna do nothing for you. Same thing, the boss is gonna be looking at you hella crazy while you brown nosing. And if they doing any type of sneaky stuff, they feel like they can't even trust you. While you trying to be an ass kisser. Right, so we're adding the little touches of the hearts. These little hearts are so cute. I have to make sure that I have them on the storefront because I use them so much. They're so adorable. Now you got that song stuck in my head. Na, 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 na. Bitch better have my money. That's exactly how I'm gonna act when I go into work tomorrow. Ain't no fucks given. Okay, so you know what's so funny is that like I'm not even like a Valentine person. Like I'm not really into like Valentine's Day. Like it's not like a big holiday for me or anything like that. But different. I just love the designs that you can do with the nails. I love like the heart stuff that you can do. That is so cute. Alright, we're gonna add the final little ring here. Y'all, we are almost done. And that's why I said a lot of this is really beginner friendly. Like, the hardest part was the application and doing the French. But once you practice, like, you see how quick the application gets down for you. And you want to make sure that you're using good products too, because like you'll get frustrated with the poly gel. Because like if you saw like when you was watching the when I was using the Macart poly gel, it was stiff. Um, but the mochi gel wasn't stiff at all, and the Goy poly gel is not stiff. But I always suggest like in the beginning to try model ones. They're like really, it's real soft. Um, Mochi gel is really good to start off with too. It's got a real good consistency. And Zule got poly gel too that's coming out. We have our samples that are coming to us for our own poly gel that we're coming out with. Because I want to make sure that I don't want any stiffness. I know the consistency I want. Nah, you straight. Don't say sorry. I'm glad it's stuck in my head because that's exactly how I feel. Just don't play with my money. That's the only reason why I'm here. I don't come to work to volunteer. Let me shut up. Alright, so we're gonna add a couple little hearts around it. And I think I'm just gonna do like let's see, like two um two. Oh yeah, you missed when I almost burned my house down, sis. But I ain't get my butt whooped that time though. Got my butt whooped for plenty other things. So one time, right, my brother was he was always so mean. Oh my god. He was he had promised me that if I could beat him racing on the street, he would give me $1. And so I knew that he had a pinched nerve, and he could have ran track, but he had a pinched nerve in his leg. So my brother used to like run. It was crazy. Whenever my dad was gonna beat his behind, my brother would disappear into the woods and shit, and my dad would like go looking for him. And he couldn't find him. Like my brother would like run, and he would end up like on the whole other side of the city. And where we live, there is no public transportation like that. Like especially back then. So he would literally just run. But anyway, so he had told me he was gonna give me $1 if I could beat him. And so we start racing, and I'm like about to beat him because I saw him like grab his leg. So when he grabbed his leg, I knew he was having like the pinched nerve thing. So I started like catching up. So I was getting in front of him, and he put his foot out in front of me, and I literally flew in front of him, and I had to, and you know how like if you running so fast, like you can't really stop yourself. So I tried to stop myself, but my body was like still going. So my wrist, I had to use my wrists, my elbows, and my knees to like stop myself from sliding. I was on pure concrete on the street. So I slid. So he was like, so he grabbed me. Mind you, when I slid, not only did my knees were messed up, my elbows, my wrist, my chin, everything. I was like, I literally had like road rash all over me. It was horrible. I was messed up. And so he grabs me and he's like, please, sis, don't say nothing to mom and pop. Like, you tell them that you fell. And I was like, I'm gonna tell them that I fell. I was like, don't worry. I was looking at him like, girl, I didn't do that shit. As soon as my mom came outside, I was crying. He came, so he literally picked me up from the floor, right? And he was like holding me like a baby. And I was probably like 10 or 11. Probably like 10 years old. And so like he carried me inside the house, and my mom was like freaking out. She started crying because she saw how like I was bleeding everywhere. And she was like, what happened? And so I literally pointed at my brother, and I was like, he tripped me. My dad beat the living hell out of him. Oh my god. I got my ass whooped though. Like, he got me later for that. because I told on him. He tried to say that's not why he was whooping my ass like a week later, but I knew that's why I was getting my ass whooped. That Nero beat me like I stole something from him. But my daddy beat him too. And I didn't feel bad either. I was getting the princess treatment at home. But boy, oh boy, that next week, oh my God. It was like I want to say, was it a week? It was either a week. It was like a week or 2 weeks later. But yeah, he tried to lie and say that didn't have nothing to do with why he was beating me up the next week or whatever. But it had everything to do with that. And I didn't feel bad either. I wanted him to get his ass whooped. Because he was laughing. When he first tricked me, he laughed. Like, I could literally hear him laughing as I was sliding on the floor. And I'm like, I'm literally using my wrist and my knees to stop me. Yep, so I didn't feel bad on telling on me. He's like, please, don't tell on me. Mm-hmm. Sure did. Dang, I thought I had 2 of these. I know I have another one. And I have, so y'all can see like all the beautiful charms that I have. I have like, I have 3 of these plus the jewelry boxes. These ones, these are the luxury ones with the LVs. These are the ones that are going to be going on the store for sale. But I know I had another one in here. Let me see. Oh. Put it over here instead. No, I think I'm gonna leave it like that. Let me see if there's any gold ones that I'm gonna add to it. I think it looks cute, nice and simple. You know what? I'm just gonna do a little bling at the top. And then that's it. Just gonna put one here. Here. And one there. Let me first see how the hot pink looks. No, I don't like that. I think we're gonna have to do clear. We'll just do the regular cute little clear ones. And then that'll be it. Clean you off. Brothers, tell me about it. But you know, it's so crazy because out of all my brothers, I would say he's like the closest one to me. Like if I call him for anything, he's always the first one to like. Like when I went to jail, he was the one that he was the one that was gonna put up the house for me. That was a long time ago, y'all. That was when I was in my 20s. I'm in my 40s now. And I ain't ashamed of it either. Thank you for the likes. Don't forget to like, subscribe, turn your notifications on. That way, you know, every time I go on live, we are almost done. We're just adding the final touches. But yeah, he got me back for snitching on him that time, though. Mm-hmm. Yep. I still wouldn't take it back. I still snitch on his ass now. Yeah, all that coming. Okay, so whenever you're doing these ones though, like when you are using, I don't like to put um top coat on top of the rhinestones, but if I'm going to be using like these types of charms that have the gold on it and these charms right here, and I like to use my nails for like 6 weeks at a time, so I'm gonna be washing my hands all the time, and I still want my nails to look on point, so I put top coat on it. Now, I'm not going to put top coat on the actual matte part because I want to keep that matte. But the sides, I'm going to go ahead and put the top coat on. Now these ones, when you're doing the last final top coat, I don't wait until I don't put it one at a time. I do that last final top coat all together. But you still want to make sure that, like I said 100 times, the sides are good. Because depending on how many times you put top coat on it, how many base, how many different gels you put on it, you will lose the shape. Now, like on this one, I won't put the top coat on the actual gem itself, but everything around the gems, the pearls, that gold piece right there, I'm going to put top coat. And even the part here in the middle that would have been matte, I'm not going to leave it matte either. all of this nice and together. Now, if you do lose the shape after you have put on the top coat, you can always go back and just clean it up after you um, dry it in the LED lamp. I know the inspo set didn't have this one glossy like that, but that was the inspo set. So and you can always put matte top coat back over it if you don't like the way that it looks with the glossy after you do the LED, after you put it in the LED lamp. Just put another coat of matte and then I'll just go right back to the matte. Now, if you're a perfectionist, I would definitely suggest when you're doing the sides of this and you want it to be um, to the middle part to stay matte and the gel part to the gel to have the gloss. Make sure you're using your nail art brush instead of the top coat brush, so that way you don't accidentally get some of the top coat on the matte part. Alright, doing the last one. I'm just gonna double check the sides on all of these. Alright. Okay. Don't stick together. One thing you want to do as well when you're dealing with the silicone hand is make sure that you split them apart on that last, on the last part that you're actually doing. You want to make sure that you're splitting them out of the way so that they're not touching each other, because I've done that so many times where I put it inside the LED lamp and they're too close together and then it gets stuck together while they're drying. Alright, so I'm going to do it for a full cure of 120 seconds. And let me put this away. I'm so upset. I have to find the other Barbie one because I definitely want to do a Barbie set this week. And I've been practicing the logo because that logo is not easy to do. Oh my god. Like, to draw it on regular paper, it's easy, but to actually do it with gel paint on a nail, hell no, that's a whole different skill. I don't know who is a fan of the what's it called? Fallout. Ooh, but once I get off of this live, that's exactly what I'm gonna be watching, and I'm so glad that I waited. Because I definitely did not want to wait. I hate when I am like addicted to a show and then you have to wait every week for the show to come out. That's the only thing that I do like about Netflix is that depending on what show it is, because they did Stranger Things dirty, they popped out for the last they broke it up in like 3 pieces, but they still did it good. But I've been waiting for Fallout. I cannot wait. I'm just cleaning it up. I'm gonna put it in for another 60 seconds. So I want to make sure everything is nice and cured while I'm just cleaning up my little mess after me. Because I really just want to relax and lay in bed and watch my show. Clean this up. Yeah, I seriously cannot wait. We have so many things coming up for our store. I have products that are coming this week. And I just can't wait to be able to use my own products when I'm doing the nails. Like, that's gonna be like seriously a dream come true. Okay. All right, y'all. And these are the final. This is the final look. Now, let's see inspo. Okay. So these were the nails. These were the nail inspo that we were doing. It looks like this, no, like this. I like this. Okay. And then this is, let me make sure I can put them in the screen. Thank you. And we'll be coming out with a sizing kit. I'm looking into that right now because I wanted to do the press-ons and do half of them, and then I already started packaging some, but I just feel like it's easier if you do the sizing kit. And I see so many other people that do the press-on nails that they do the sizing kit, and I want to make sure that the customers that do press-ons, that love the press-ons, that they get them customized, they send in what they want, that they actually fit them perfectly, you know? So we're gonna put you in the middle. All right, so we gotta get homegirl ready for her Instagram pic. We gotta put some cuticle oil on her. Natalia, that's her name. Natalia. Natalia, you like your nails? I love them. Me gusta. Okay, guys, Natalia loves her nails. And don't forget to like, subscribe, turn your notifications on so that you know when I come on. And you'll see how easy and beginner friendly these are. And if I can do them, y'all can do it, y'all. Let me get some lotion on her. Now they say you're not supposed to do any of this with the hands, but she be looking ashy, so we gotta get. She needs to her together for her Instagram. She can't be doing. She can't be looking all ashy for her Instagram. Natalia, we gotta get you together, girl. And then let's make it look like you got a sweater on, girl. I have bought this thing that said nails so that you could put your silicone hand on top of it and you could rest your hand on it. And anybody that you do their nails for, it was just like a dope way to take pictures. And I can't find it nowhere. Like, I'm really upset about it. I'm not that upset because I got it from Shein and it was only like $1 or $2. But still, I was like, damn, it was so cute. Okay, what y'all think? Natalia, muy sexy, muy bonito. Alright, y'all. Thank you so much for spending all of this time with me. I will be going on live not tomorrow but the day after, and we'll be doing another set beginner friendly. It's probably gonna be doing some luxury nails, some trendy nails. There is a set that I have in mind that I want to recreate that is with the mouth and the teeth. But I don't know if I want to do like the Black Valentine's Toxic Valentine. So I'm torn between that and the Cheetah Valentine look. So, but I'm probably going to do the black. I'm looking more towards the Toxic Black Valentine. So I hope you guys like the live. Please don't forget to put on your notifications and rewatch, and I will be on every other week. I really want to grow this community so that we can vibe out and do our nails together. So yeah, don't forget to like and turn your notifications on, and don't forget to comment. All right, lots of love. Thank you so much for all the love y'all have shown me. Bye.